Okay, we'll call the meeting to order, August 5th, 9:43.
Here. Janelle Cook. Here. Gabriel Confesca.
Here.
Cheryl Owen.
Here.
Morna Thompson.
Here.
Wanda Barnes.
Here.
Francis Crawford.
Here.
Tribal Secretary.
Here.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Here. Tribal Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and get
Motion to accept the agenda for Tuesday, August 5th, 2025.
Okay, got a motion from Long Hollow.
Second.
Second from Allegiancy. Question from Haipa.
Yes.
Gabriel Confesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Morna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to approval of Tribal Council minutes, July 8th, July 9th, July 23rd. Take a moment to review. Floor is open for a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, on motion number 37, is that a typo? Second by Janelle.
She'll check on it, yeah. Approve it with corrections? Yeah.
Yeah, I know it.
Motion to approve.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from Bikuli, question from Haipa.
Motion number 42, what is the on the off record? Oak tree. What is that?
Okay, for Lake Traverse.
Mr. Chairman, remember that's the, right now, IHS doesn't have electronic health records. So this company here is tasked to create that electronic health records for like Ashniapi Clinic and because otherwise you have situations like one of our colleagues was seen at an ER over the weekend and they were prescribed something they shouldn't have had because those other outside entities, whether emergency rooms, hospitals, clinics, they don't have access to our IHS electronic health records. So that's why this motion was requested and made, so we can have a company create one for our membership, an electronic health record.
Control, you're able to get there.
Yep.
Anywhere. Okay, so what I remember in the past, our members weren't getting the records. That's what that's gonna take care of.
From Ashniapi, anything that, yep. Yep. Yep, go ahead, Tribal Secretary.
It's going to be for our health programs here at the tribe too. They can access to that. Yeah, the 638 ones.
Okay, can I make a comment? Am I understanding that the electronic health record that was passed is simply for a SNIAPI. It's not Indian Health Service. Yeah, all the tribal programs, but I guess just to be clear, IHS does have an electronic health record. The problem was that they weren't sending information, opening it up to Coteau. That's how I understand it. So the electronic health record is only for a SNIAPI and dialysis. I don't know about dialysis though, because that's through IHS.
Yeah, the secretary and I don't know, maybe a year ago, we're in a meeting with Coteau and IHS, and it comes down to the individual releasing that information so that Coteau can see it and view it. But I assume it's the same at the SNIAPI, as long as they release that information and are okay with sharing that with Coteau, then it'll be available to Coteau, as far as I understand it. Yep. Yeah. Well, back then we talked about, making it easy for the patients and being part of like their intake and making sure maybe there's a box that they check that allows them to do that. I'm not sure if IHS did that since then, but that's all that would need to happen to fix that situation that arises. Yep, yep, yep.
I think we made that recommendation.
We got a motion. Oh, go ahead, Lake Travers.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, remember we attended that meeting with Great Plains Health Director Joe Amiot, and that was a question that was asked of him about the electronic health record. Yes, IHS does have one, but they're not sharing that information probably for about another 3 years, he said, before they can get everything situated. So then that record will be accessible to any medical provider or institution across the United States once that's approved.
Yes, thanks for reminding me, because IHS is going through an update or an upgrade to their electronic health record. I think it's been talked about for years and years, and it sounds like it's kind of finally transitioning to that point.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of that, Mr. Secretary, what was the status of that letter to area office requesting more transportation funding?
It'll be in my report, but we got additional 40,000, for transportation. But that'll be in my report.
Okay, had a motion from Bikuli to approve July 8th Tribal Council minutes. Second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Lake Travers.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes. Yes. Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on, July 9th.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on motion 61, first page. Do we have someone who is printing at this program? Because I was told that they're not printing right now. Is that true at DALI?
Well,
They don't have any equipment to
They
print?
do have some. I mean, they've done the general counsel books and things like that, but I know they have purchased more printing type equipment. And I'm not sure if that came through yet or if we'd handled that. But the issue they have is they need to upgrade their electrical. And I think there's a bid over there somewhere to do that. I'm not sure if we passed that yet, though. So once they do that, they'll be able
Yeah.
to bring all that equipment online.
'Cause
Because
I-
there's other things like printing of
Yeah.
like shirts and sweater, those type of things.
Yeah, just wondering, because I had inquired about printing some business cards, and they can't do them yet. Yeah, so just checking to see what was going on with that process.
Like Travis.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question before I make a motion to approve July 9th minutes. Did we have anybody go out to the enrollment forum in Standing Rock last week?
No, I don't think so. If it was last week, I don't think so.
It was on Monday.
The
Was it
last one was, I think Hypa attended the last one.
Omaha?
Santee, I think, Carol. Oh, Macy, okay.
Nobody was there.
I don't think so.
All right, motion to approve July 9th, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion from Lake Traverse, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
The comment that I just wanted to make real fast, about the electric, you guys made a motion, number 84 on July 9th regarding the, electrical services. So there's a motion to be completed, so it should be in the process now.
Okay, moving on to July 23rd. Okay, motion from Tribal Secretary, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on, Tribal Chairman's report. Try to bear with me this month. This one's kind of lengthy, but I do want to go through the whole thing. So July, as you know, is a momentous time in our community. We celebrated our 158th annual Wachipi. It's always a good reminder of our kinship ties, traditions, and resilience as Dakota people. I want to thank the Wachipi Committee who helped make this year's celebration a success, and to all who traveled near and far to be with us for the 4th of July weekend. On July 5th, I traveled to Boise, Idaho, originally for a scheduled meeting with the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, hosted by COLT member tribe Shoshone-Bannock. However, due to a last-minute presidential cabinet meeting, Secretary Bessent was unable to attend. Nevertheless, Deputy Secretary Michael Falkender and U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach joined tribal leaders for a meaningful discussion. We addressed several critical issues. I think the most important, a handful of few important ones, tax parity for tribal governments and citizens, the general welfare, which has been around for maybe 13 years without implementation. Secretary Falkender kind of made a commitment that he would implement some final rules in that. And so what we're advocating for there is that when it comes to general welfare, the tribes get to determine what that means. So I would probably say that anything that is provided out of our general fund to our members is all generally welfare excluded. So go ahead, you have a question?
Just to let you know that the SSI, we still have a tribal member that is still taking the 150 out of her monthly SSI.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still being done.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping at the end of the year that these, the Secretary made a commitment that by the end of the year, they'll have some regulation and guidance on this. And then hopefully soon after, it gets implemented, early part of maybe the first 2 quarters of next year. And at that point, I hope that that situation gets cleared up for that person. Yeah.
I guess my next question would be, because from this individual, I did tell him I was going to bring it up. The question was to her too was, will she get reimbursed for that? Because it's going to be over a year now since they've started doing that. And I know SSI has strict regulations. If they get money from anybody, they have to report it. So that's a concern.
Okay. I think that kind of goes along with the fourth bullet here on my report. One of the other things, when it comes to an executive order that was out there, one thing I've talked to the execs about is this executive order is coming. I don't know, I might have shared the article with the council group on these electronic payments. So anybody that gets SSI needs to have banking and needs to set it up on the website so that there's no interruption in their payments come fall. So this executive order is supposed to be implemented, I believe, at the end of the fiscal year. So at least by October, I think in September, those who are on SSI should be setting up electronically to get their payments. If they don't, there's probably going to be a lapse for that month until they get that straightened out. So I've been kind of in discussion with both the execs. I think we'll have to meet on that and maybe set up a table out in the rotunda for the next couple of months for anybody to come in that needs help and get them help and get them set up. I think we can probably pull in the credit union to utilize that. And so we'll try to get that put out there as soon as possible because, like I said, I don't want to see anybody lose their benefits for a month or even longer because we're starting to get into, at that time, we'll be getting into, fall and things will start to get colder here. And, there's a lot of things that we got to take care of as community before it gets cold, propane and things like that. So one of the other key areas we talked to with the Secretary of Treasury was cross-border trade. I mentioned that a while back when I had a visit with the Dakota Tribes of Manitoba and the Premier. We talked about cross-border trade. We also committed to monthly meetings with Department of Interior to continue to try to explore that option. And so I just had an email from the Premier staff in Manitoba to go forward and schedule another meeting with Interior to keep the ball rolling on that. And then here too, I talk about the upcoming transition to digital disbursement that will directly affect tribal members, particularly those without banking access. I urge families out there to help our elders and relatives get set up with accounts as soon as possible to avoid any delays in receiving Social Security and federal benefit payments this fall. We also thanked Deputy Secretary Falkender for his longstanding commitment to Indian country. During the first Trump administration, he helped establish the Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee, TTAC, and during his confirmation hearing, he reaffirmed his commitment to finishing that important work on general welfare protections and tax reform as it pertains to tribes. On July 14th, I traveled to Washington, D.C. at the request of Billy Kirkland. He's the nominee for the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs to attend his confirmation hearing before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Although the hearing was postponed by 1 day due to Senate floor votes, I was honored to support Mr. Kirkland and advocate for a strong and effective leader in that role. During this trip, Colt also met with FBI Director Kash Patel to discuss ongoing law enforcement and public safety challenges across Indian country. I'm grateful for Director Patel's understanding of these complex issues and his commitment to advancing federal coordination in the areas of missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, interagency partnerships, tribal law enforcement capacity were some of the points of discussion there. Overall, it was a pretty good meeting. Director Patel committed to working cross-agency with Homeland, Department of Interior. One thing I do want to point out is Colt was able to work with Senator Daines to get $500 million over to Homeland Security for public safety and law enforcement. One of the arguments that we made as Colt, as tribes, we have borders too, and we have fentanyl problems and public safety issues. So we were able to, like I said, get $500 million pushed over to Homeland, and at this point, I think we need to make a trip out there again to sit down with Homeland and maybe Secretary Flute and help design or be a part of the discussion to design some grants that maybe can supplement our public safety and law enforcement. On July 31st, we had the privilege of hosting the South Dakota State Tribal Relations Committee in the SWO Council Chambers here. This was the second time in recent years that the committee has met on our reservation. In my opening remarks, I thank members of the committee for their continued engagement with tribes across the state. I also took the opportunity to publicly address recent inflammatory and racially charged remarks made by one of the District 1 representatives. I believe these comments do not reflect the values or diversity of our district, and I felt it was important to put that on the public record. And then finally, during my mid-month visit to DC, I was engaged with in several high-level conversations, reflecting on the last few years of advocacy, not only as the chairman of Sisseton, Wahpeton, Oyate, but more recently as the chairman of Coalition of Large Tribes. These discussions naturally led to deeper dialogue about the future of Indian gaming and the regulatory landscape, and conversations on how deregulation and cutting government red tape can create opportunities in light of federal cuts to funding, which we're experiencing. As a result of that conversation, I was humbled to be asked whether I would consider putting my name forward to be a potential nominee to serve as the chairman of the National Indian Gaming Commission. This is a presidential nomination and an eventual Senate Indian Affairs Committee confirmation hearing. As you can imagine, I was a little in shock even to be in the discussion or the conversation, and was an easy decision to arrive at. Stepping away from my direct leadership here for the Oyate, our people, our homelands, and the day-to-day challenges is something I do not take lightly. But after much prayer, thought, and discussion with my family, I was encouraged by those close to me to step forward, not just for the benefit of our tribe or the Great Plains, but for all of Indian country. The opportunity to bring Sisseton Wahpeton's voice to the highest levels of federal policy, to ensure regulation is fair, respectful of sovereignty, and growth-oriented is an honor I've never imagined when I first began my journey in tribal leadership. So as many of you know, Sisseton Wahpeton played a historic role in the creation and early implementation of Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. Our tribe stood at the forefront when others were still weighing the possibilities. That legacy continues today, and my hopeful and pending nomination is a testament to what Indian gaming has done and can continue to do for tribal nations and tribal citizens. We are a living example of the positive impacts of tribal sovereignty when exercised with vision and accountability. It has truly been the greatest honor of my life to serve as the chairman of Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, to be entrusted with the leadership of 2 of the 7 bands of the Oyate Shakoi is not just a political role. It is a challenging but sacred responsibility. Our unique status as people who continue to uphold our language, our treaties, our cultural institutions has always positioned us to lead. That's why Sisseton is often looked to first for leadership, for clarity, and for direction. Over the past few years, I've worked pretty hard and tirelessly to elevate our tribe's visibility, not just within South Dakota or the region, but at the highest levels of the federal government. And I am proud to report that when the time comes for me to step away, I would be proud to say that Sisseton Wahpeton's influence and leadership was left in a better place than when I found it. We are looked to as leaders in tribal governance, leaders in advocacy and federal policy, and leaders from a community that commands respect, demonstrates solutions, and helps shape the future of Indian country. We have more work to do, but the last few years together, we have persevered through challenges, progress, and purpose. And whatever the next chapter leads, I will carry the lessons, the voices, and the strength of our people with me always. So that concludes my report for July. The 3rd page there, you can take a look at some pictures from my travels on July. The 4th page there, I just want to point out, because this is coming up, I believe it's on the 19th, we have North Dakota Governor Kelly Armstrong, coming to our Dakota Magic. We'll have a full day's schedule there to talk about various issues and raise various concerns at that time. So with that concludes my report, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Can you read it again?
I know. Yeah, so timeline, for my departure, I'm kind of looking at maybe mid-October. It's been challenging right now, of course, with everything going on in DC, the big beautiful bill and all the appropriations that are happening now. The current, I guess, both parts of the legislature in DC really haven't gotten a chance to get to that second layer of nominees. I'm not sure what the statistics were. I was watching something Senator Kramer from North Dakota was talking about, compared to the last, I don't know, few presidents, where we're at now with these the second-tiered nominees were far behind the average right now. As you know, we're 8 months in, to the president's 4-year term. So it sounds like they're gonna address that pretty rapidly the next couple months and try to get most of the nominees through their confirmation hearings by the end of the year. So that gives me a little bit of time, I think, to be able to prepare for that eventual nomination hearing. So hope that answers your question. Yeah. Okay, motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Haul.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Maria Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to the Vice Chairwoman's report. I'll turn it over.
My report's not as great as the chairman's. But we just have a few office actions that we've been working on for the previous month. We've been assisting Property and Supply with completing tribal inventory reports, as I stated last month as well. We began meeting with the programs to review their documentation. So the report was complete, the inventory was completed for fiscal 2025, but due to the concerns of the past 10 years items, we want to review with the managers to ensure that everything is updated correctly. So then we can have a correct report to give to the insurance companies to, for payments and our policies. Reviewed fiscal 2026 budgets. We created worksheets for possible changes of increases and decreases. That has been shared with the tribal executives for review. We plan to set up a meeting with tribal council next week with the review. Fiscal 2022 audit has been completed this month. This is the second audit that has been completed within this fiscal year. So thank you to our finance teams and our managers who had a play in this year's audit. So thank you all for working together and getting this completed. Finance has been meeting with our audit prep team for this past month. We have begun sending documentation for the fiscal 23 audit. The audit timeline that has been discussed with the audit prep team and auditors is between 6 to 8 months for each audit. We were expecting 6 months for this one, but it ended up being 7 months. So they just gave us a timeline between 6 to 8 months. So we're expecting fiscal 23 audit to be completed by February or April, between February and April. And we will begin working on contracts for fiscal 24, so we go straight into fiscal 24 audit once we are completed with fiscal 23. I will be meeting with our vice chair with my programs on Thursday to discuss the audit findings and corrections. So with that, I will be updating the report that I have given you before of past audit findings and corrections, so we can ensure that our fiscal 23 is clean. Let's see. I was able to complete the last review of the accounting manual this month. They were sent to the indirect cost managers multiple times throughout this past year. I did send it to legal the second time this past week, but they did do a full review the first time. And I sent the accounting manual to council last week as well. So I will be requesting a motion for that soon. And then I have began working on the vehicle policies. The goal is to have SWO reduce payments to outside insurance entities and create SWO vehicle insurance company within. That way it allows us to grow regarding financials and hopefully grow not only into vehicles but other items as well. I think we will continue to insurance with other entities regarding the buildings. That's just a goal as of right now, so I will be sending those for your review within the next few months. Feeding South Dakota has invited SWO to participate in different events. I was able to discuss SWO food sovereignty projects, our new food sovereignty program, and some of the history of previous food projects on their podcast this last month. It's a little short 30-minute video, so it was pretty exciting. They have also invited SWO to be on the panel for Hunger Action Month with their CEOs, CEO of Feeding South Dakota and CEO of Feeding, forgot the other one. But there's two of them that will be in Sioux Falls next month. So I'll be meeting with our team to figure out who will be sitting on the panel for this event. So pretty exciting to have SWO invited. This past month, I've been working on a little project, creating our SWO's little book house project. The plan is to set up mini libraries in 7 communities in the upcoming weeks, and we will be setting up in the Rotunda next week or the following week, for book donations. So that's what my office has been working on. So I do have a few requested motions. The first motion I'm requesting is to approve payment of $40,136 to IPFS Corporation for the building insurance payment with the facilities budget. Yes.
Motion.
Second.
Motion from Tribal Secretary, second from all agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Pesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen, Myrna Thompson, Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
The second I'd like to request is to approve payment of $16,295 to Mahoney Group for the dispensary insurance payment with the dispensary budget.
Yep, go ahead.
Is that insurance on the building, the
Insurance.
dispensary building?
It would be everything, the dispensary, the building, the equipment, the vehicle, all of that will be included in this payment.
Okay. Make the motion.
Okay, motion from Bekuli, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Pesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
I'd like to request a motion to approve payment of $5,800 to Sisseton Wahpeton Housing Authority for the Long Hollow project with the Long Hollow ARPA funding.
Motion from Long Hollow.
Second.
Second from all agency. Question from Enemy Swim.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Pesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen, Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. The next is I'd like to request a motion to approve payment of $9,466 to GSDW for the Enemy Swim Day school construction with ARPA funding.
Motion.
Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson. Yes. Wanda Barnes. Yes. Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, it's DSGW, not GSDW.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. And then also for the Sisseton Wahpeton Housing Authority. Can you correct that as well? I was typing too fast, sorry. Next, I would like to request to approve payment of $325,287 to Kybers Carlson Construction for the TZ school project with ARPA funding.
Motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you. I would like to request a motion to, well, in the motion, I'm requesting $25,452 to True North Dynamics for our time matrix and GP payroll with indirect cost. I would like to request that that it states not to exceed $30,000. Unfortunately, the invoice they sent was for fiscal 2024, which was paid, so I don't know if there's gonna be a small increase, so that's why I'm gonna request it to be not to exceed $30,000. This does need to be paid immediately, so, but, thank you.
Motion from Long Hollow. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Next, I would like to request a motion to approve the updated accounting manual.
Did you send us a copy?
Yes.
Okay, motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Long Hollow, or, sorry, Lake Traverse.
Thank you so much.
Cheryl Owen.
Yeah.
Myrna Thompson.
No.
Wanda Barnes.
No.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Next, I would like to request a motion to approve payment of $10,170 to Siraki Excavating, Inc. for renovations with the ATG BIA budget.
So move.
Motion from all agency. Yep, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where is this located?
It's the COVID building. It was renovated last fall for the law enforcement door on the right side. So a SNEAP will be closed to others,
Okay,
safety precautions.
thank you.
Okay, motion from Tribal Secretary. Or,
Second.
was it? Municipal Agency. Motion, second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Long Hollow.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I have attached the checkbook registered gaming proceeds for the month of July. Tribal Council requested fiscal 25 budgets. I've also attached the fiscal 25 budget matrix, fiscal 25 budget increases, the fiscal 2026 budget increases, and my manager reports. I do have a comment for the increases for fiscal 25. So this year, since October, we have made motions to increase budgets and amounts. So this year so far has been increased by $7.1 million. I do have the comment to say that the 5.4, I didn't put a little line in there for you all, but it will be reimbursed once we receive the funding for the police station and wellness centers project loan. So I do want to say out of that 7.1, 5.4 will be reimbursed. So I forgot to make a note for you all. And then we can discuss the fiscal 2026 budget increases next month. I believe we're over the 28 amount by about $300,000, I believe, roughly. Sorry, I didn't make myself a copy. So, but other than that, that is all I have for my report. If there's no questions.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Tribal Secretary, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yeah.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I forgot they were supposed to be under my report, so I'll have the budget office report.
Good morning. We have 4 budgets for approval this month. They're all grants. The first one would be the Child Protection Program in the amount of Title IV E-State Grant in the amount of $261,494.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yeah.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The second one would be the Tribal Management Grant, which is in the amount of $75,000.
Motion from Vice Chair.
Second?
Second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yeah.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The third one would be the Domestic Violence Prevention Initiative Grant in the amount of $200,000.
Motion
Second.
from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
And lastly, we have Elder Nutrition Community Service Block Grant in the amount of $61,845.
Motion from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Contesta.
Yes.
Cheryl Owens.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, that's all we have.
Thank you. Moving on to Tribal Secretary's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's for the month of July. There's a typo on that first sentence. Instead of June, it should be July. The Secretary had 173 visitors sign in. Participated in various meetings, tribal executives, council members, and tribal member visitors. So this month I met with Tribal Health about requesting more funding from IHS Great Plains Area Office for the Elderly Affairs Medical Transportation Funds. We were notified that we will be receiving an additional $40,000 for FY 25 to assist tribal elders with medical transportation. We did receive the letter, and so that, just want to thank Lake Travers. You know, he made that motion for us to, and they gave it to us, so. I participated in a conference call with Mark Van Norman and staff members from newly appointed officials in Washington, D.C. On that panel, they were kind of going down the line on the tribal members that were there present on a Zoom meeting, and they just wanted to get, I think these are newly elected appointments that the chairman was talking about, so they wanted to kind of get an idea of what tribes we're working on, what projects we have. So I had the privilege of providing them with some updates on what we're working on here at SWO. And they did offer a lot of assistance pertaining to some of the stuff we are working on. So I'll continue to work with Mark and coordinate those meetings moving forward. So I traveled to Pierre, South Dakota for the South Dakota Equa Coalition meeting. We met with South Dakota Secretary of Social Service, Matt Altoft, and discussed issues pertaining to South Dakota tribes, including the number of tribal member children in South Dakota care. This was the first time in 2 years that 8 of the 9 tribes were represented. We discussed developing child protection programs for the tribes who do not currently have their own programs. So in that meeting, there is 3 or 4 tribes that currently don't. The state provides their CPS services, so SWO, which had our child protection program since 1978. We did offer our handout to help them if they wanted to create their own child protective services in their tribe. So we extended our hand for that. But there is another meeting, I think, right away in September. So Matt Altoft basically said that we cannot get anything done because the bill was passed, and I think it was Tamara St. John's bill that we get a coalition, Equa coalition together. Secretary Altoft determined that 1 meeting per year isn't suffice, and the other 8 tribes agreed that we should be having quarterly meetings or even meetings in between the quarterly meetings. So there is going to be another one scheduled for September again to discuss further on what we're going to do and how the state and tribe are going to work together to combat and work together on getting our children back on our reservations, number one, and building a stronger coalition. So it was really a good meeting. It kind of didn't start off very well. I know there was, to me it seemed like there was kind of some friction there. But towards the end of the meeting and at the end of the meeting, it was, everybody was kind of engaged in conversation. It kind of just, we had to let some stuff out before we move forward with that meeting. So it was really good. On Monday, July 28th, the Lighthouse Director, Amelia Cordell, CPP Director Deborah Devine and I met with South Dakota Division of Social Services Program Specialists Kevin Canta, Joseph Ashley, and Ashley Okroy. We answered questions and then gave them a tour of the lighthouse facilities, and they seem impressed and eager to provide us with necessary assistance to get our program licensed. So one of the comments I really remember was when Kevin Canta came to the houses, he was like, "These houses are brand new." And he said, "I pictured a couple of houses that you guys refurbished." I was like, no, they're pretty new. So he was pretty excited, kind of gave us some insight on what we need to do as far as, the safety measures and precautions inside of the facilities. We are currently going to be meeting with some of the state CPS people, and they're going to give us a little bit more insight to provide us and assistance to provide us also some safety measures too. So we're kind of getting it. Kevin Canta actually recommended that because a lot of our children will be from child protection into the Lighthouse group homes. So making sure that they have adequate safety measures in place before they're coming to our building. So it was actually a really good meeting. They want to actually come back and really see the open house, because I told them, we're planning an open house, planning on kind of getting it out there that we do have our group home, and making sure members know that we have services provided for their children and stuff. So it was really good. On Wednesday, July 30th, the Tribal Council and executives participated in a conference call with the Office of Head Start officials and discussed our Head Start program. I have not received word on what the decision they made, but when I do, I'll let you guys know. We're crossing our fingers and hoping we get the 5-year grant again, so we don't have to be, otherwise, I did meet with Head Start, and they are ready for Plan B and C, so if we do not get it. I have 3 requested motions. One is to authorize the Little Steps Daycare to purchase a shed from Dakota Storage Buildings in the amount of $7,350 with the Little Steps budget as the funding source.
Motion from Long Hollow, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Bikuli.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Wendell.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
The second motion is to authorize the Youth Department to purchase a double door set and installation for Melbourne Glass and More in the amount of $11,400 with the youth budget as the funding source.
Lake Traverse. Motion? Okay, motion from Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second from Bikuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Wendell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
And the last one is to authorize the Youth Department to utilize Mustache Handyman Services to repair basketball hoops in Enemy Swim in Lake Traverse in the amount of $6,300 with the youth budget as the funding source.
Motion.
Motion from Enemy Swim, second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson. Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford. Winfield Wendell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
That concludes my report. Thank you, Tribal Council.
Motion from Enemy Swim,
Second.
second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Wendell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
We have emergency management and law enforcement. I'll turn it over to you.
Chairman, Council, thank you for the time on the agenda. I'm grateful. One of the things that we're hoping to have for you before the meeting started was the bullet points that we're doing for applying for a federal disaster declaration from the June 13th flooding. Kind of spells out step by step of what we're going through to handle the process. What we will have ready for Chairman's signature is going to be a memo, like a resolution. We'll have the required forms that FEMA has to complete the declaration and a memo to FEMA, which spells everything out, the process, the hardship that it's going to create. So we'll have those things for you, but the Chairman, we need you to sign those to get them moved on to FEMA by 12th, I believe it is. So if we can have that, that meets the deadline. From then FEMA Region 8, it then goes on to the President's desk. So with that process, we then have, let's just say it's declined, and we're seeing that throughout, that they're not approving declarations right now, that there is an appeal process. We are submitting this paperwork additionally at the request of Senator Thune's office, Senator Rounds, and Dusty Johnson's office as well, along with Elgin Young, the Tribal Relations, to get them copies. Maybe they can help politic the thing for us as well. So those things we'll be forwarding on to the region at the appropriate time. Chairman, look for those sometime later this week. Hopefully, even later today, we might have those for you. Okay? The second thing we have is later this afternoon, Gary and I are participating in the State Homeland Security Grant process. Gary has a need for, this is a state grant that we try to apply for each year. We tend to get about $20-some thousand each year. Gary's requesting extenders for the law enforcement vehicles that will reach from a portable radio to the vehicle and then extend out to the repeaters that will then allow for more efficient communication. That amount is going to be for $19,495. Sometimes that amount will adjust depending on the other requests that come in through the region. So we're going to have that meeting today. We'll get back to you with the request to accept that grant once that's approved. So, and I guess for right now, that's really all I have, unless there's questions of us on the process for the declaration. When we signed the emergency declaration right away, Chairman, on the 13th, we're kind of hoping that would free up some dollars that we could use to help with the immediate unmet needs that some of the tribal members are having. We'd like to have a discussion about that sometime because there's still some immediate unmet needs that are out there yet from the flooding with basements and different things. So with that, any questions, please let me know.
Do you need any motions?
I think for you to, we need a motion for you to sign those 3 documents.
Okay.
I think that would be a great thing that we can have and that we can attach to the document and forward it on to FEMA Region 8, yes.
Need one to apply for the grant too, right?
We got the motion back in February to apply, and then everything went to a standstill. It never got a notice of funding opportunity, a NOFO, so it never happened until about 3 days ago. And then we're scheduling this meeting now this afternoon to meet that. So we do have that motion, but once we get the amount that we're going to be getting, we'd like to come back and then get a motion for that as well. Or if we could get a motion for up to 20,000, you know, that would work as well, I think.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did meet with Jim and people that came from, was it Denver?
Yes, Denver, FEMA Region 8. Yes.
The Region 8 there, we met the first day, they went out and did their assessments. The second day, they went out in the morning, and then we had a meeting at 11 o'clock, I believe, just to give us an update. But I think one of the other things is that resolution was updated already, so we have that, correct?
Right.
We're just waiting for your signature. They did say we met the threshold regarding the amount that that we met. I think it was 200.
Actually, it's 100,000.
Is it 100,000? I think we were at 201.
201,000, I believe, yes.
So, So the sooner you can get that signed, I know he said the 12th, but I think they said the 15th, but the sooner the better, actually, within that time frame is what we're looking at. But there's no guarantee, so the other thing we discussed was being able to, what's that term called? Appeal it.
Oh, yes, the appeal
To
process.
appeal that process, so we're already in the, so the Region 8 is really, really helpful on getting us the language that's needed to be put in here for the tribe, so we can get that, but like I said, it's gonna hit the president's desk, and then whatever he does after that, but we're prepared to appeal that whole process too, to make sure that we get the funding we need for, I think it was the roads, the basements, some businesses, all of that stuff met that criteria, so we're prepared to do whatever we can to make sure we get that money.
Separate of FEMA Region 8 Secretary was also the people from Small Business Administration. So those people work in conjunction with FEMA to see if there's dollars there. So if it doesn't happen on the FEMA side, maybe there's another option. But the appeal process is something, we think we're putting in a good argument for our case here. We've at length have gone through that process, so we're hopeful, but everything that's hitting the desk right now in DC is getting denied right away. But ahead of the getting to DC, we're going to submit it to Secretary Thune, or Senator Thune, Senator Rounds, Dusty Johnson, to see if they've got it, and maybe can help that process along too. We're just going to pull out every stop we can to try to get it moved forward. Yep.
McCooley.
Jim, how are the families assisted that had all the flooding in the basements? Were they assisted at all in any way?
Right. So initially, we reached out to one of our VOADs, a volunteer organization that does aid in a disaster, and the Red Cross did come up, assisted about 14 families, extended families, with a dollar figure that would help with that level of minor, major destroyed, that they call it. But there were so many homes that didn't reach that category that were just impacted. And that's what is helping us, I think, spread the disaster declaration and say it wasn't just the minor, major destroyed, it was impacted or affected. And that's a huge, huge number of people too. So those people got immediate assistance. There may be some few out there that we hope that we can get still some sump pumps to them, some dehumidifier or something that would help.
The mold stuff.
The mold issue is going to be coming up. I think we've got a CDP grant. It's for the Center for Disaster Philanthropy that gave us about $80,000 to do mold remediation detection. And we're utilizing that grant too from other disasters. So that money is still available there till probably the middle of September to help as well.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
Do these include the housing units and the housing projects?
No, we did get a lot of calls from housing. They have their own insurance on those, and the only thing that would have been eligible from FEMA would have been their deductible. That would have been the only thing eligible because they are insured. So FEMA comes to cover uninsured loss. Yeah. Good question. Thank you.
Lake Traverse and then Long Hollow.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to allow the emergency management services to apply for that funding source for the repeaters for law enforcement. And when it's awarded, that it'd be available for your signature.
Long Hollow.
What was the dollar amount that Red Cross helped with, do you know?
Really good question. No, I don't, because there's the confidentiality with it. At a minimum, I think each family would have gotten close to $500 for helping with removing water. If it reached the major category, there was another dollar figure, and I think in the destroyed category, it got to be maybe around $1,500 to $2,000.
Well, if they got from, this is a housing house that Red Cross helped with, so did she get help from the Red Cross and from housing and whoever else?
I think the only thing that we know of that we participated in would have been from Red Cross.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, got a motion from Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second from Tribal Secretary.
Question.
Question from Enemy Swim.
I can give that to you again. Excuse me.
Up to 20,000.
Yeah, up to 20. Yeah, the amount that we have right now is 19,495, but that amount could adjust, so we should say up to 20,000.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Wondell.
Yes.
Chanel Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Cheryl Owens.
Yes.
Brenna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Good. Hey, for mine, I just want to address, basically, I was a lot in my report. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it or not. The main concern is our huge concern is our detention, and we're getting bills on that, and thank you, Lexi, for doing what you can to help us out. I did send I got email, I think I emailed the executives on that. I think it'd be nice if we, maybe down the road, we invite BIA detention here to address that need of why we are such a shortfall in funding. I'm just looking for, like I said, looking for some answers from help from the BIA to pay these bills. Like I said, it was $712,000 we paid at the end of June 24th. And we only get $25,000. So a lot of those funds there, we're really being misrepresented right now. You know, even our jail facility that's being currently built right now, if you look at it, those monthly reports I give you, if you count up all the inmates that are being housed everywhere, you know, we've outgrown that facility. It's outgrown already. I'm already starting to plan, you know, furniture, you know, even mattresses for the floors, because that's the route we're seeing right now. That's what's happening in our community. We talked about, you know, just talking with some of you council people yesterday about how young these kids were walking into the jail yesterday. You know, we had 10 for court. So do I see it getting better? No, I don't. So it's something we're going to have to address, because I don't feel the tribe should be picking up this money. I think the BIA needs to sit here and hear from you guys on why they're not funding us. And we're showing the numbers and the stats for it. So if we can invite them to a meeting, sometime down the road. Francis, yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, when the BIA came here, when they decommissioned our facility, they admitted they were wrong. They admitted that it was their fault because they weren't here doing their annual inspections the way they should have been. And with that being said and them accepting fault, then they should have to cover the costs that our tribe's incurring to house our members that are incarcerated. And Mr. Chairman, I think, you know, if Gary wants to have a meeting, then I think we should invite them here. Because, you know, that facility that they're building currently, that's going to be full. And our tribe's been growing and growing since we were created, but our law enforcement and our jail has never grown with our tribe members. And for them to give us the facility that we have, like I said, you know, with everybody's seen during the 4th of July, it was the hot topic of having the warrant list exposed out there. You know, that warrant list is how many pages long because we don't have a facility. And when that facility opens, it's probably going to be filled with people that are on that warrant list. And we have other criminal offenses out there that we can be using that space for. But that's something that the BIA is not worried about. Those are their fiduciary duties to provide those types of facilities to our reservation. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that they be invited here to hear our concerns. And if nothing comes of this meeting, then our tribe sues the BIA.
Haipa.
Francis, should that be two motions? First, that financial one, which you cover. The second one would be the meeting, Gary. Remember they shut us down.
Yeah, we can do two motions on that. So the
Okay.
first one would be to set the meeting up for the financial concerns of our lack of budget for housing
Yes.
inmates.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Question.
motion from Lake Traverse, second from Haipa, question from Enemy Swim.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen, Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
So, Mr. Chairman, my second motion would be is if the BIA doesn't allocate more funding after this meeting, because that's their fiduciary duties, that we sue the BIA.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Lake Traverse, second from Haipa, question from Long Hollow, and then we got a question from Vice Chair.
Would you be able to add a timeline roughly of before, like how long are we going to wait, I guess is my question,
For the second motion?
for the second one? Can we put a timeline within?
Mr. Secretary, how long did it take for that motion that I made for the transportation from the area office? Was less than 30 days, correct? So I'd say 45 days.
Okay, thank you.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
The second thing, I just want to address, thank you for those motions. The second thing I just want to address is just the violent crimes that are occurring out there right now. You look at what's happening to the youth as far as even in a vehicle pursuit. You have one 18-year-old that's paralyzed from the chest on down. You have one that's going to be looking at, ruined his life by crashing, and now he's going to be looking at federal time for the gentleman that passed away. You have one that's shot another individual, an 18-year-old. So those things I want to kind of just talk about a little bit on what's occurring out there. You have a tribal member that just got wailed on up in Fargo, who's doesn't know if he's going to make it or not this past weekend. So there's a lot of things happening out there in communities. Fargo, 2 shootings up there, 2 separate shootings. So you see, we're not immune to any of that stuff now anymore, with the shootings going on. One of the things I looked at when we're charging them with tribal offenses and federal offenses is the cost. And I've asked the FBI if we can transfer our inmates that are being charged both to their facility, to where they would hold them, because the shooting suspect, there's the stabbing suspect, we have another stabbing suspect, we have an individual with numerous domestic violences on our tribal members, and we also have a drug offense. Altogether, that cost me $36,225 to pay while we're waiting for them to go to federal court, because they're not going through tribal court in our process yet because they're on bond and court's taking too long. So that money right there, that's we're spending on these individuals. The second thing is, and I don't know how you guys, council, wants to bring this up, but to alleviate that problem, the best way I know how is for that FBI MOU agreement. We have direct access. The tribes have never, in my 32-year career, had direct access to the U.S. Attorney's Office. We will. These cases, we reviewed those cases, every one of those cases could have been, the individuals would have been taken to the magistrate, federal court. They would have put them right in with the U.S. Marshals, and off they would have wait their time there instead of I'm holding them. So that's the process I want to keep going faster, because these cases would have been done a lot faster. They would have been submitted to the grand jury a lot faster. So we're looking at, looking at cost savings. So that's what I want to bring up to you guys. I mean, this is my last hurrah for you guys to think about this, and I've been chosen to keep the police department ahead of what's going on, and this is the way, this is one big way of doing it, allowing us to do that, to go that route.
Hypa.
Mr. Chairman, Gary, do any of those fall under the Major Crimes Act?
Yes.
Okay, so normally when that happens, feds come in anyway and take them. Who pays for that when they come in and do that, when they're Major Crimes Act? Do we pay for that, our law enforcement?
It's a process. When they come in and do the investigation, we have already have them in custody, okay? They're charged tribally. They're in our custody. So once they come in, they're just going off of our information, and then they have to go and do their interviews. And one of the things in North Dakota was, we were just talking, I just had a meeting with Kash Patel. He wants to put more FBI agents in Indian country. Well, that's all good and stuff, but if those agents are involved in cases, they have to fly back after their 90 days, whatever they're sent out for how long, they have to go back to DC, but they're handling that cases. They don't give cases to another agent to take over. If an agent leaves or goes on vacation or whatever, that case stays with him. He's got to have to start all over again. If a new FBI agent comes in, it starts all over again, the whole process. The interviews of everybody, you know, and we have 4 agents in Aberdeen that are working Standing Rock and us.
I really don't agree with more feds coming on. What we need is more funding so we could hire more police officers. That's how I'm looking at it. And the second thing, that agreement you wanted us to sign, if council remembers, there was nothing mentioned of our sovereignty in what was being brought to us. That was the other reason I didn't support that. There was nothing mentioned in that. I think of what our legal gave us, and it should have been in there, but it wasn't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Big Cooley.
Are you aware of, Gary, are you aware of a MOU already signed in 2022 with the FBI and the tribes,
That was
including
under,
the CI?
that was under the, which grant program, or what MOU program? Was that the Safe Trails?
It's a MOU with the FBI and Department of Justice with the tribes.
Safe Trails.
Yeah.
That was a,
Tribes.
that was the drugs, more of the drugs focus. This is more of everything now. That investigator will be doing everything within our boundaries of the reservation, only.
Okay, what I don't understand is, okay, you have the white collar crimes. The feds came in and arrested 2 tribal members and took them right to jail. So if a crime is falling under the Major Crimes Act, why isn't the same process followed?
We're the one that actually went in and arrested those individuals and took them to the magistrates. We did that. We served those federal warrants.
So you can already serve federal warrants.
We can serve federal warrants.
And then were they taken to Aberdeen?
They were taken to Sioux Falls.
So there is a process.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I don't understand why we need that MOU then.
Then because the FBI agents are the ones presenting the case. We do not present the cases. They have to, we do all our work with them hand in hand. If we do it, if we have the MOU agreement, we don't need the FBI. We can present our own cases straight to the U.S. Attorney's office, and she's from Sisseton herself, grew up here and understands and knows a lot of people. So that working agreement is straight. There's no, hey, I'm going to call the FBI today because we have this question, but then he has to ask it to the U.S. Attorney's Office. You see, we're always just going through them. This way, we don't go through them. We go straight to the U.S. Attorney's Office and say, how's this case going? Or what do you need from us to do to, go out, do more interviews or evidence-wise?
Okay, so we have a criminal investigator.
Yes,
So he was trained in the FBI
yes,
process.
yes.
And so he has no authority then?
Yes, he has authority. It's just that this, whatever process that the U.S. Attorney's Office has, they want to give him more authority. They're giving him more authority. They're getting nothing out of this. We're the ones gaining out of this, the tribe is.
So will they give him a FBI badge?
Yes, he will be considered, under the agreement, working with the FBI straight. He'll have access to all their information, all their old cases. He'll have, they'll give him a vehicle. He'll actually save me $17,000 in overtime that I pay each investigator, just, so we're saving money there. Cell phone, like I said, access to whatever he needs. They'll provide that, technical assistance, anything.
Except he
gets it.
can't use his gun.
Well, he can use his gun. I mean, he has to use his gun. We don't want him to use his gun, but, a lot of the interviews, he does is, it's after the fact that, all the dangerous stuff is done. But, the interviews, because they're always waiting for the FBI to come from Aberdeen to set up this, interview. We're going to interview Jim Pearson and Charlene Miller today. Well, guess what? Charlene Miller doesn't show up because she knows the FBI is coming. We set this up. Well, I'm going to go back to Aberdeen. I got some stuff going on in Standing Rock. I'm going to go over there and do some interviews. When you get a hold of her, let me know. So we wait, in the waiting game, wait. And now, okay, we got a hold of her. She's going to come in. She's going to, talk with us. Well, hopefully again. So they come in, set up the meeting, and if she shows up, they do the interview. So that's the waiting game. It just takes so long because they're working Standing Rock also. And what goes on in Standing Rock is, what I'm finding out is the police department don't help the FBI agents up there. They're on their own. Once they go to the crime scene, they leave. And they're processing it themselves, where we already have it already processed. They love coming to System often because we do our jobs and we do it very well. The officers are enthusiastic to work the crimes and help hold the scene, whatever they need to do. So they, like I said, they love coming over here because we have our blank together,
So how many tribal members are actually in federal prison right now and being prosecuted right now?
I can't name all of them, but I can name probably, oh, man. 1, 2, 3. I want to say if they're being prosecuted right now, I mean, they're in federal custody, but they might be out on bond, and those cases are still being worked, but they were charged. So there's quite a few of those that I know of that are in custody right now. I mean, that's one thing I can do once we start this. I will know on every case because I have to keep a case log for every case of investigators, and I'll know for sure. I'll give you the exact number if it gets approved. You'll have all that access. A council would have full knowledge of what cases are being investigated.
Do you know how many are in federal prison right now?
No, I do not.
Okay, yeah. It's concerning to me because I know there's a over-incarceration rate of tribal members right now in state prison and federal prison. If it falls under the Major Crimes Act, the feds come in anyway. They do come in anyway. Maybe it is a slower process, but they're here.
Slower and costly.
They arrest them.
Yeah.
They arrest them and take them.
I would say don't do the crime. But we know what's going on, and we know the situation we're handed to with all the behavior problems that these juveniles are growing up into. The dysfunction is catching up at this large group of kids that are in TZ, that are IEPs, and, child protection's, overflowing, all the services to help these kids, juveniles, the juvenile places are full and packed. We're struggling to find places for them, but the behavior part is even worse. That's the hard place to get people placed, and that group is going to be huge for this tribe down the road.
We need healing in our community.
Yeah, we do.
And
I agree,
know,
100%.
There used to be interventionists in these different schools, programs, but there isn't anymore. And I don't know why they quit doing that, but, some of these things they do start in the home. So there's parenting classes. I mean, there's a lot of interventions that could happen, but.
But what we're seeing is a lot of people are relying on the TZ, the courts, tribal council to raise their kids. And we're making decisions. We shouldn't be making these decisions for these kids, creating new laws, but the reality of it is this, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Vice Chair.
So there was a question on, or a comment made to give law enforcement more money. I believe their annual budget from SWO is roughly, 1.5?
Yes.
That's their annual budget from gaming funds. Last year, we did increase them about 400,000, 300,000, and we used ARPA funding to cover the bills.
Yes.
For the detention centers. And this year, we also increased them again, 350,000?
For the bill, yep.
Or was it 400?
Probably more than that now because you're paying my bills for detention.
Yes, so we increased it another $400,000 with ARPA funds to cover the detention funds. So for past 2 years, we've used ARPA funds to cover detention invoices and bills, and now we all know ARPA is no longer available. So when you say to increase their budget, that's roughly an extra you're going to be up to a $2 million, you're going up to almost $2 million, 1.8, something like that, in the fiscal year. We didn't put these increases in for next fiscal year, so just letting you know on that part. I have a quick question for law enforcement. When you say that he has more access, the criminal investigator, does that mean that you guys are allowed to open cold cases that have been?
He'll have access to all the cases on a reservation that he can open up and relook into.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mike Travers.
Mr. Chairman, the problem is that when you have federal agencies that come onto our reservation, and I personally dealt with it when I worked at the housing. We had U.S. Marshals on our reservation looking for a tribal member. And they went to 2 houses in assistant housing site. Weapons drawn, SWAT unit, tactical, with no care in the world of the kids playing outside. And we just had it happen again, right across from the Head Start and by the daycare. Same thing, U.S. Marshals, all swatted out, tactical weapons out. Our tribal police officer stepped in between those U.S. Marshals and our tribal member and said, "Put your guns down, I will handle this." So we have a lot to be proud of, because that individual came to me and told me he was proud of our police officer. Even though he was arrested that day, he was proud of our police officer because of how he handled that situation and diffused it. But like I said, those outside agencies don't have a care in the world if they fired that weapon in the proximity of our daycare and our Head Starts. This, what Gary's asking for, would help eliminate some of that potentials. And the FBI does not have the authority to arrest on our reservation. That's where Gary's law enforcement officers carry a special card that gives them that authority to make those arrests for the FBI. Special Law Enforcement Commission cards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there are no other questions or comments, is that all you guys had? Okay. I guess I'll open up the floor for a motion to approve emergency management and law enforcement's monthly report. Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Haipa. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, yes. Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to IT. Okay, moving on to IT. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council. While you were on break, we passed out all of the sales quotes. Approximately a month ago, there was a quote for Microsoft that was put before and passed. Soft Choice made an error. There was wrong SKU number and pricing on that. And our manager asked Soft Choice to honor that price point for what is now in front of you, and they would not. So everything was requoted, and the actual lowest bid is Minburn Technology Group. However, they do not have a business license, and CDW is the next lowest, and we would like to go with CDW.
I make that motion, and I believe you need the motion for the 231 for this fiscal year?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, okay. I make the motion.
Okay, got a motion from Vice Chair. It's a question from Long Hollow.
Vice Chair. Tribal Vice Chairwoman, yes. Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
I'm not clear on this. What is this for?
This replaces what was approved last month. There was incorrect numbers and SKU numbers for the product on that which was approved.
Okay,
And that
what's the
was-
product for?
Microsoft, it's our enterprise agreement.
Okay, it's
For
for the whole
everything.
entire tribe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Is that all you had, IT? Okay, no other questions or comments. I'll open up for a motion to approve. Motion from Enemy Swim,
Second?
second from all agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, yes. Tribal Secretary, yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, moving on, Fish and Wildlife. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have a couple of requests, purchase requests. The first one is for Sisseton Standard Pay Gauge Drone application. And that funding source would be out of our SAGE budget 1205. There's only one quote there. That's all they have provided us thus far. So we'll just do I'd request a not to exceed this amount of that quoted price, just in case they get us a couple more.
Okay, motion from Lake Travis.
Second.
Second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Frontier Precision.
And the amount?
I'd say not to exceed 17,270 to include shipping and handling.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Lake Travis.
Mr. Chairman, Charlene, last night I forgot to share some information with you that I just remembered. I told you I would speak to the chairman from Flandreau about the otters. So I did speak with him last Monday up at the conference that I was at, and he said he would get us a resolution to support if we wanted to open up a season on the otters.
Very good.
That was in reference to, you know, years ago, Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe reintroduced otters into the Big Sioux River. And when I explained to him why we were looking at having an otter season, because we're entrusted to maintain a hatchery of fisheries, but when the otters are here, they're eating all of our fish. So it's costing us more money to keep the fish populated. And he understands that, and he said, well, maybe that's why there's no more fish in the Big Sioux River. But he said he would get us a resolution if we needed it to support us having an otter season. So I just wanted to give you that information.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the reason was that because they actually did the reintroduction back in the day, so
But
we
they're
didn't
so
want
cute.
to. They are.
And Mr. Chairman, two more items, because the membership is, we're live. So we have our hunter safety courses that are coming up, starting this week.
Yep, starting today.
Starting today, so, you know, if anybody out there has any young kids that, you know, need to attend the hunter safety course, if you don't start it this week, today, then you're gonna have to wait till next year. You won't be allowed to go out and hunt. The other one was deer licenses are available online for tribal members. And for the non-Indians, this year it's a lottery system. So that's for the non-Indian hunters that purchase deer licenses, you can apply up to 4 times, and each time that you apply is $10. So then a lottery system will be done after that, and that's how the licenses will be selected for the non-Indians. Yep, tribal members can go online, fill out your application, pay for your license, and then the license will be everything. The tribal member can print everything out but the tag.
With the tape.
The tag will be printed out by Fish and Wildlife and sent out.
Yeah, there's a website. Everything's pretty much the same. Nothing's really changed, so it's continuation.
Long Hollow.
What's the cost for the children for this class?
There's no cost. We just asked that they fill out an application, if we could get it filled out today by anybody interested. Real simple, just a guardian to sign it and get them to us by 3 o'clock today, and we'll have them till 6 for the
Okay.
next 3 days.
Thank you.
Can you get that app to Tom? Maybe you can get it online right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Wait. I got one more request. The other one is for, can't think of what it's called. It's a premium Gothic high tunnel like we currently had in the past. And this funding source would be from our First Nations funding, and it's 9560. That's for our native seed propagation project that we have. We'll be doing actually 3 more of them as the funding is available, but, so that's the first one, and that one is to not exceed 15,000.
Motion from Lake Traverse.
Second?
Second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Francesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman motion.
Thank you. One more is the Fall Harvest Fair is going to be held on September 12th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So make sure to mark your calendars for that, and that'll be held out to our Memorial Park. The other thing is, Francis can fill you in on it more as you meet individually, but we have the pheasant hunt tentatively set for October 4th. So it's kind of a tribal leadership dignitary hunt, whatever we want to call it, and we'll discuss that more further in detail. But if you have your calendar open for October 4th, if that's not going to work, please let me know so we can get something else scheduled.
Nope, that works. And then, can you put like an invite together? And then I
Yes.
could send that to, I guess, all the cult representatives and probably the Great Plains tribal leadership, anybody else that is interested. Like
So,
Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I think last night that was something that Ella and myself were talking about. We were kind of, we'll throw together an RSVP so then that way we can we can accommodate the guests that are coming here to hunt. The only request that I have, Charlene, is can you get our tribal secretary to the hunter safety courses? Because I don't want to see a Cheney incident happen here.
Actually, I'm gonna replace the chairman. He's still a berry picker, so.
You're all invited to the hunt safe course tonight, or we can hold a special one if you'd like.
And for the leadership that doesn't remember, we went on record a while back to host a pheasant hunt, a tribal chairman's pheasant hunt. And this is the fruition of that motion, where whether the chairman wants to host a Great Plains Tribal Chairman's meeting here and, conduct business on a reservation while the hunt is going on, or, I know, talking to Del Rey this morning, as Del Rey was a former commissioner from Fish and Wildlife for, years and stuff, and he recommended that, the night before, where there's a company, the state owns this piece of equipment, and it's clay throwing. So then that way you guys can get out and dust off your guns and your skills, so make sure that you don't miss those pheasants, and make sure that, we don't have no state law enforcement officials here in case you guys shoot a hen pheasant, because that's still a felony in South Dakota, so.
Can I use a 22? Hypa.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the old days, we used slingshots for those. But you guys got shotguns now, so you shouldn't miss. I just wanted to mention this to Charlene, that up to Veblen Flats, there's some land up there that grows hay in that area, and that belongs to the to the tribe. And a Washichu man's been cutting it and getting 5 or 6 bales out of it. So keep that in mind for next year. You can go up and cut it and get it, because he's just getting it. Nobody's been cutting it. That was housing told me about that last week. So those bales can go to the buffalo farm.
Yeah, I'll get some further information from you and get with Realty, and we'll deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I did hear him say accommodate, and we don't have no funds for, like, all-inclusive, so that's something we'll have to discuss too if we're gonna do all of that. So we'll just discuss it at a further time, what's all gonna be included. But we will provide the designated area, the birds, transportation, if we all need to get in a bus and go.
So Charlene's talking about is, you have the vice chair that, she probably wants to hunt, but I don't know, we might have to put some blinders on a couple of pheasants so they don't see her or something, but.
That's all I
Okay,
have.
no other questions or comments, open it up to approve Fish and Wildlife's monthly report. Motion from Lake Traverse, second from Enemy Swim, question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Winfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Compesta.
Yes.
Carol Owen.
Yes.
Myla Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman.
Okay, we'll move on to elderly. I don't see T. McVie here, so we'll just move on and then we'll take lunch. So come on up.
Good morning, executives and council. Mike Greeley is our chairman, and he is out on medical today. So I am vice chair, and so it's been a while since we've been here. I'm sorry if I forgot our minutes. I really appreciate Wanda stepping up for us and having us on council for our minutes. The first thing that we wanted to talk about was when we had met with Roundtable last February. And concerns at that time, and we haven't heard anything back yet. And we just kind of wanted to remind of the list that we had, and that was, one was the need for an administrative assistant for tribal elderly due to the amount of things that the board is involved with, a request for office space for Tribal Elderly Advisor Board, and then also the food cards to change back to 55, housing issues, IHS issues, elderly fall issues, life alerts, a dialysis resolution from NICOA, but that has been finished, and Bob LaFrancois had come to our meeting yesterday and said that the resolution is down NICOA now, so Bill has done a tremendous amount of work in helping get that down there, so hopefully that will be on the agenda for the NICOA conference, hopefully be able to go on to appropriation. Protection IRS regulations, and that had to do with, we did not get that code that says that card is not to be used against for like SSI, food stamps, and as in And those were some of the things that, we had a meeting with housing yesterday, not housing, but housing representatives came to our meeting, one from housing and one of the housing representatives. And it was a good meeting. I think that we were able to start some communications with them about some of the housing issues that we have that concerns elder safety. And so we were really happy about that. And the other thing is that we were presented from Ron yesterday that their new, excuse me, new contract amount from for their meals was, the old was $79,000, and for fiscal year 26, it's down to $42,000. So that's going to have a significant cut in the amount for that, the elder meals, and that's for the Meals on Wheels and the people that have meals at the elderly nutrition. So one of the and raise that age limit. So those are shortfalls that are now coming and affecting our meals.
Okay.
Do you have
So,
something?
yeah, so, I actually have a couple answers for, some of the concerns that you all discussed, because we said that it would have to be, prepared for fiscal 2026, because we were already in the middle of the fiscal year, so we didn't give you an answer regarding this, for your concern on the admin assistant in office space. So I guess one of the questions that we had is, I know that I discussed with tribal secretary, was when you said the admin assistant in office space, I guess my question is, who do you directly work with? Because it used to be with elderly affairs. So elderly affairs used to have a position in their program and office space, but then the budget was reduced, I remember, because it was coming out of tax funding. So that budget was reduced, and so then now I understand you guys are working closely more with elderly nutrition. So elderly nutrition also has an office manager. So I guess my concern is there a possibility that you're just able to work with one of those programs of adding a little bit more job duties to their office manager already, instead of creating a whole new admin assistant and creating a whole new office space if there's already 2 elderly programs? I guess that's my first question.
Okay.
Regarding the food cards, I did send out an elderly report to tribal council on the cost, and I believe I added what the increase would be for the 55 and plus. I can send that out to the elderly board as well. I can get that sent out probably this afternoon. So you'll have a copy of that. So it discusses all the food cards, support, elderly day, all that information, and it shows the cost of every year of each budget. And I know council requested that I believe there was a motion from council, from Lake Traverse actually, to review those numbers. I actually gave this in my report just this morning. We actually had to increase elderly in different areas. So this year, we increased the elderly day already back in May by $148,000. We increased the elderly support to each district by $78,000, and that's only for 3 months, or 4 months, I'm sorry. And we already increased the elderly food cards by $196. So just this year, we already increased the elderly budget $423,000 to cover your the offset of this year. And I actually had a meeting with tribal secretary regarding the elderly nutrition concern that you just brought up. So those requests actually was just given to council today, and we already increased the elderly nutrition budget for next year for an extra $70,000. So we understand that concern of where the money, of covering our elders, which has already been, has brought to the table and would just need approval. So I don't want you guys to worry about that part. So those answers, those questions, we have provided answers for. So those 3 areas for fiscal '25. So for fiscal '26, actually, we're increasing we'll have to increase the elderly day, elderly food cards, elderly support, and now the elderly nutrition program. So next year, we're increasing 4 elderly areas to ensure that our elderly are fully covered.
Okay.
The only thing that's not presented is approval for the 55 plus, 55 to 65. That's the only thing that was not budgeted for at all because of all the increases the elderly have already received. So if council wants to do that, we have to find more money, but like I said, we've already over budgeted $300,000 to $400,000 next year, and that's not even including law enforcement yet, as you guys heard. So, but yeah, this year we have increased $423,000, and I'm guessing roughly another $500,000 for elderly next year.
Okay.
So that's already been presented.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the things that I just have a question on is that when when it was presented to us about raising the age to 62, it was explained to us at that time, I believe, and I could be wrong about inflation also because it's gone up so much, but that cutting out the 55 to 62, that was going to be able to suffice for the cards for 62 for that part of the budget. So is that, I guess, it's wondering, is there still shortfalls then?
We,
Or are we growing that much?
well, we do have a couple, it's not by much, but I believe it's about 10 elders a month that have been increasing the budget. So even though it was reduced, it wasn't really a cost savings. We just stopped doing more of an increase. But last year, this previous year, the year before we used ATG BIA, then last year we used ARPA. So this year we increased it by 100,000, but it's still short by 100,000. So that's why we increased it just a little bit more. So it's not really a shortfall. It's just that we were hoping to see lower numbers and it just didn't happen. So unfortunately, but that's why, but we made sure that the increases were covered for this fiscal year. And then the budget will be already taken care of for the full fiscal year with these numbers for next year. So we won't worry about any increases in the middle of the fiscal year next year.
Okay.
So that's already been included for next year.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one was getting a social security office for our tribe.
I believe the concern was just putting it and seeing if we can just add job duties or a position within the elderly nutrition program, because we actually created, well, last year was the first year we created your caseworker position, that program. So elderly nutrition receives funding about $400,000, I believe, for the programs, but we actually increased your budget, elderly nutrition's budget, by an extra $98,000, I believe, for this fiscal year and last year. I believe it's $98,000. And that's supposed to cover your caseworker and the admin assistant and something else to assist elders already with the elderly protection team and stuff like that. So I can't remember her name.
Lorraine?
Yeah, yes. So we increased that budget already for the last 2 years to cover that. So we were just going to ask if we can just possibly add one position or add job duties instead of creating a full office again. So, because then you have elderly affairs, elderly nutrition, and then your elderly support.
Yeah, and I think the reason that they asked about the social security office is because the offices are far away and they're also very hard to get an appointment to.
Yeah, so that's why we were talking about, it would be great to have it at the Elderly Nutrition Center. And then we did agree with the Elderly Protection Team to have 2 rooms available at the COVID building in case of a emergency regarding elderly. So we've informed them there was 2 rooms available when needed, and they were going to contact us when there was certain cases.
Yeah, and that was one of the other concerns that had come to us. the past 2 months are homeless elderly. That there's 5 homeless elderly. We've got that from the protection team, and then concerns about where they're going to be able to stay. That's,
We only agreed it would be an emergency basis, not homelessness, but so that would be another conversation we'll need to have. But otherwise, 2 rooms are available at the COVID building for elders only. And unfortunately, we've been denying members 55 and under for those reasons. So I do feel kind of bad for any individuals 18 to 55 years old too. So, but anyways, I hope I answered most of your concerns.
thank you.
So I can kind of chime in on the other stuff. I think your general welfare exclusion. The chairman does have that in his report on making sure we're talking to the delegations in DC about that. So that's being worked on as we progress into the next year. So we'll give you guys updates as they come available to us. And then I know the life alert you had talked about.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
see that's, so I am talking with the elderly affairs, because I think that was somewhere in there I read. I don't know if it was their people they're hiring to do home inspections and cleanup and all that stuff. I think that is identified in there. So she is trying to get fully staffed again to get some certified people to go do home visits with the elders. And the ones we're hitting are the ones that don't have transportation to and from the tribe, right? So that's kind of our main focus right now, is to do those ones. So we are working on that as far as that goes too.
And we have talked, the lady from Independent Living Services did come to our meeting yesterday and talked about, well, I get, they got funding cuts too. So the life alerts, there's many different criteria for that, so it's kind of hard to say, well, you could have one or you could have one, because it depends on the disability and the income and if they are hardwired or if they have a landline. There's just so many different scenarios to life
And
alerts.
yeah, and that's kind of what we had talked about, the
Yeah.
priority list.
Yeah.
So making sure the ones that really need it and will depend on that. And I'm talking about those ones that live way out in the country, and we're making sure we're gonna get them first and then kind of move in down the list on who actually needs them and stuff too. So there is a priority list too.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Bill?
I'd just like to say a word about that Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act. We have been out to DC and raised it with the delegation to try and take care of these issues that you're talking about with Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act. And the Social Security Administration did put something in place. They say they'll respect the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act exclusion from income and from calculations of benefits, provided that those programs are income-based. So that's the current state of their regulations. We did talk to Senator Murkowski, and she did put a bill forward with Cortez Mastow for Nevada that says, you know, that in the programs, they should honor the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act, and that's S 2022. So, you know, we've continued to push that forward. That needs to get enacted into law to make these changes. Otherwise, with Social Security, you're getting an exclusion for your income-based programs.
Bill?
For this gentleman, you said this lady from Nevada, the wording said should, and should recognize the exclusion act of the tribe. My concern here is, to me, that sounds procrastination, and that bothers me, because that still leaves the door open to not recognize this exclusion act in all tribal areas. Is there a way that wording
Yes, as we go forward with the legislation, we'll make sure that it's a mandate to the agencies to pick that up. So that's what we're looking for, is a mandate and a clear rule that they're going to honor the existing federal tax rule when they do the program benefits. And that's what we're looking for, is a clear direction. So we've talked to our delegations, and, you know, Senator Thune is the majority leader, so we're gonna look to him to help move that. Unfortunately, that bill was just introduced at the beginning of June, so they didn't put that into the reconciliation package, and we need a little bit more lead time as we do that. They are going to do another reconciliation package for next year. So we'll look forward to moving that legislation.
Hypa.
Mr. Chairman, Barbara, what you're thinking of is the word should, right? I said should. So what are you looking at it to be changed to the word will? Mr. Chairman, in the past, we have seen documentation where one word changes the whole thing. So what you want is will, not should be. It will be.
Shall be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate what you have done concerning the dialysis program and the needs of our tribal members that are on dialysis. I worked hard on that resolution and really appreciated tribal council supporting that. It's at a national level with the National Elderly Association, NICOA. I submitted a request to do a presentation concerning that tribal resolution. It's being highly considered. They want me to do a breakout session on that at that national conference. So this is going to give the tribe a very good positive recognition. And I really appreciate the elderly board accepting my acceptance to help them do this resolution on the behalf of our tribal members who are on dialysis, new potential dialysis. And so it's at that level, and you, Mr. Chairman, what national committees are you on?
I'm not on any national committees at the federal level. I'm just the chair of Coalition of Large Tribes, who's been pretty active in DC.
That's still important for you to relay this tribal resolution with the other tribes to get their support for them to write resolution. But when you go to these national conferences and when you go to Washington, D.C., I would suggest that you meet with the tribal committees on both the Senate and the House of Representatives concerning Indian affairs and the Appropriations Committee. By the time we can get some funding for the dialysis program for all tribes and tribal organizations, according to the law that's there, that's Congress passed in 1976, we need to get that advocating and the process going, because every 2 years, as you know, Congress does their budgets. President Trump will be probably out of the office by that time, the appropriations. So it's very, very important that the tribal leadership, you as the chairman and our executives, when you go to these meetings, you really take a copy of our resolution and hand them out to the other tribes and let them develop support resolutions, because the law is there, but tribes have not united to get Congress to do an appropriation act to fund that dialysis program. But the law is there, the intent, their purpose is there, so that's still valid. And so I really appreciate this time and your support, and I would like you to spread that as you go to your major, with the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association. I know the chairman from Santee, they got a dialysis program now, so it can be states and at the congressional level. Thank you.
One last thing, Lexi, our tribal vice chairman, Karen Joseph has been working very hard on our NICOA budget and trying to stay within parameters. And one of them was the registration and membership for Bill, because he is not on our board. He works with us, so that is the request that we had in there, that we pay for his part in coming down to NICOA. And that's with the registration fee and the membership.
I think that would need a motion from council in all, because I believe that motion that was made for the board was made from council, so I don't want to make that decision on my own. That would be from a council decision. And then I did meet with Karen yesterday, and I did tell her, as long as your stuff is good, your merit billing is great, just to bring it over once it's been completed, and we'll the tribal vice chair's my office would go ahead and enter it in the payments for all your registration and the merit billing. But for that request, I would like to request that from council.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion that we support Bill on attending the NICOA meeting to do the presentation on the dialysis.
Okay, got a motion from HIPAA, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
What?
1,000 something for each individual, roughly, right? 1,500.
Yeah, about that. The districts are responsible for our registration fee and our memberships. So that's what each one of our districts pay for us. But because he is not a board member, it's not under that. That's why we're trying to put it under the budget for our NICOA trip.
And usually registration is roughly between $300 to $500.
Yes,
So
yes.
So I would say no more than $2,000. I would just recommend.
Okay, that would be the amount then. Yep.
Whitfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Kopesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes. Yes. Francis Crawford.
Nephew, you better say yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Sorry, after I just said yes to the gaming, can I just clarify boards and committees budget, just for clarification? Thank you.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions or comments from tribal council. I'll open up the floor for a motion to approve. Motion from HIPAA, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Enemy Swim.
Rondell. Yes. Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Kopesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes. Yes. Francis Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Yeah. We have one quick, if you guys are okay, one quick ad. I apparently talked to you guys. Mark?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please.
Mark, we approved an agenda, so you're out of luck.
Okay, well, I asked to get on the agenda. Okay. You wanna give us one? Well, it's a pleasure to see everybody. And we had a lot of important business here today, so I had to bring Shannon to make sure she kept me on track. And she did the driving, so we made it here on time.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
Oh, did you move to approve the resolution already? Well, let me keep it brief then. We've already had action on this 638 effort earlier in February and asked to go ahead and 638 the agency positions. And this is to move forward with that plan and proposal. And basically, we're wanting to take over the BIA positions because, you know, with this administration, there's been questioning of the importance of federal employees. And the president had the Department of Government Efficiency that was, you know, offering the early outs. And what that did was that gave people several months where they could have time off, you know, and separate from government. And that was across the board. So there isn't really a particular look in that executive order, you know, regarding Indian tribes and our treaties. And we have treaties that are mandating these programs, and as we contract them, then the federal government looks at them differently than federal employees. So by virtue of contracting them, then we preserve our own programs. And in the executive order on efficiency, what they said was, as we let 4 people go from the federal government, we're going to bring back 1 person. So they're looking for significant downsizing, and we're looking to maintain our services that we've had in 24 and 25 and get, if there's any increase, you know, get any increase for 26. But we want to contract at the current level so that when we contract and those positions are open, they're going to be there again on October 1. Right now, the people that have taken the early out have taken the funding with them because they're being paid to stay home. When it comes back to October 1, those positions are still there. When we contract these positions, we're able to rehire. The government's under a hiring freeze until October 6th, but you can think that they may very well extend that hiring freeze for another 6 months. So this is formalizing what we did in February already and putting that forward and asking them for continuing technical assistance to help shape this up into the contract. And we'll try and sign this in September so that once we roll around to October 1, we're going to be able to implement this and, you know, do the rehiring for the people where there have been vacancies. And you have significant vacancies here. If the people have left their position and taken the buyout, then they have certain rules that go along with that. If the people are still in the positions, we can take them on an IPA, intergovernmental personnel assignment, so they can come over to us and they can actually still remain in federal service, but by virtue of being under the contract with us, it offers a kind of protection that they're contracted.
What did you need from us, Mark?
We just need to move this resolution.
Yeah. Do you guys want to table it until tomorrow, legal, and then we can pass it? I'll give you. You want to push it to tomorrow? Yeah. Okay, we'll take action on that tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, okay, all right. We did a resolution on this in February, and this is implementing our action from February. And I did come out last week to go through, you know, the proposal with everybody, but not everybody was there. Excuse me? Yeah, let's see, what else? Yeah, hand out these two. You know, I don't mind coming back next week either. If you've got a good day, that it would be good to do a special. I've got this renewable energy issue that we should probably take under advisement in executive rather than putting it on the air because it's a business thing.
Let's find a time next week, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll be here half a day on Wednesday. I got to be in Minnesota for my United Tribes meeting next week. So I'm not sure what time Councilman from Old A and I are going to be gone, but I think we could commit to a half a day on Wednesday if that works. Otherwise, Tuesday works the best, actually. I think I got a meeting Monday that I'm rescheduling with Dusty Johnson, so.
Oh, okay. Let's see, what's the date on Tuesday? Yeah, okay, that sounds great. Let me just say these things briefly then, and to give you a little bit of background, and you can think about them. We had Progression Energy come out a couple of times in the past and do some work with us, and that was Noi Kalipi, the nice lady from Hawaii. And we did end up doing a grant program that Tina worked on and submitted when she was executive director, and we were successful in getting that going, and I think that's still being implemented. The chairman and I have met with Chris Swartley, the director or CEO of Progression Energy, and they do some big energy projects. They're doing offshore wind power in Hawaii and Japan, and they're doing various other projects. So we had talked to DND, your corporation, but we'd like to maybe do the agriculture corporation and get that stood up. And that agriculture corporation has already been, chartered in 2022, but we really haven't activated it. And it has 6 members, and they're appointed for 4-year staggered terms, so 3 and 3. And it has the qualifications of, just like the council does, no felonies, et cetera. But also to say that such business qualifications as you consider. I'm going to say that we have a major international corporation that's ready to work with us on a 300 megawatt project, and that would bring in, significant money. And we've talked about this over a period of time. You could dedicate some of your agriculture land to this, and you can do agriculture while you're still doing wind. And you have a significant wind corridor, and the folks validated that in terms of wind speed. Sort of really, you know how we're the triangle, and on the east side of the reservation, the west side of the reservation, there's a significant wind corridor. We need to move this forward expeditiously because there's like a deadline in September to get the initial $400,000 investment that would put us in queue with the Midwest grid. And so these grids always come up with some expectation about what kind of energy flow they're going to have, and it's an annual thing. So if we don't hit it in September, then we're going to, miss development in the coming year. And these guys are live wire. We don't have to wait on a federal grant or contract. They'll bring the money, and we'll work out the joint venture with them. And the tribe's contribution can be the land and the tax jurisdiction and our sovereignty, and we can think how much other investment we may want to do, as we go forward. And that could include picking up federal grants and contracts along the way, but we don't want to wait for federal grants and contracts. So that's the background on this. So I'll come back next Tuesday and we can talk about this and try and bring that to closure. If you guys in the meantime can think about who you might like to have for 6 people for an agriculture corporation, and it can be some of you that want to be on there. It could be some of our other folks that have done agriculture, you know, like Dickie did the buffalo herd for a while, or whoever you may find appropriate. But the corporation has a separate legal status, and it doesn't risk the tribe's property or funds when you do it through the corporation, and we stand it up as a going concern. So I think this is a good thing for us to think about in terms of agriculture, because as we seek to recover, you know, additional lands, the renewable energy really works with the agriculture, and we can recover lands across the lake in Minnesota as well. And it's helpful for us to think about that, because in Minnesota, they have a different renewable energy legal regime that's more favorable to the green energy than South Dakota. South Dakota, we have Wyoming on the west side of the state, and they have cheap natural gas. So the Public Utility Commission is not as favorable, although we do see the green energy up and down the I-29, but sort of stopping short of the reservation. So if we can think about getting this going, this could be a substantial project for everybody. And then we did talk about a little bit with the folks that were here on Thursday, just about maybe thinking about the constitutional amendments on the election date. And I think I've got sort of a draft resolution at the end here. I'm going to say, if you think about it, you know, I started out doing legal work for my tribe at Cheyenne River 35 years ago, and we used to have a dialogue about, you know, the elections. And a lot of folks would say, I vote in the Indian election, I don't vote in the white man's election. And as we were thinking about being more engaged to protect our sovereignty and work with Congress, Senator Inouye was the chairman of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee, and he told us, you guys need to vote, and you need to be engaged with your congressmen and senators, because I can't lift this by myself just because I'm chairing this committee. I need to help from your senators and congressmen to move our legislation on schools and healthcare and et cetera. And so back then, at Cheyenne River and some of the other tribes, we did change the election date to match up our tribal general election with the national election day. And we ended up having good results. I mean, you guys can remember, you were an important part of the 2002 race with Tim Johnson. And he had done one term as senator, and he was being challenged. And he did a pretty good job, so people wanted to keep him there. And I'm going to say that on election day in 2002, he was down by 500 votes. And the next day they counted Roberts County, and he made up about 200 votes in Roberts County. And then it came over, and the other county that hadn't been counted was Oglala, Lakota County, because they're an unorganized county, and they were on the other side with Fall River County, where their votes were counted next door. And so Fall River counted the Oglala, Lakota County votes, and then Johnson won his reelection. And we saw a similar situation in New Mexico that year at Navajo, and Janet Napolitano was running for governor of Arizona, and she was down by 500 votes, and then the next day they counted the Navajo counties, and she prevailed. So these things can make a difference, and even when it's not so close, your senators and congressmen know when you're voting, and it's very helpful. So I'm going to say we should change the general election to the national election day. And then one of the things that's been thought of is, well, what about the term limits? Are we actually being served by the term limits? And the problem with a 2-year term is, boy, you get started, and I'm going to say 1 year we had a government shutdown, from December until February about, and then the next thing was we had ice storms, and so really the new folks didn't get started till 3-4 months in, and then as you're trying to do these longer term projects, you're a little bit challenged in terms of whether you can bring projects to closure and have continuity to get your things done. So that's probably worthy of consideration about whether you want to move to 4-year term limits, 4-year terms again, and then end term limits. And I think it's always appropriate to reinforce your authority to regulate commerce and just have a general statement, because when you exercise your sovereignty, regulating commerce is all your business activity and revenue raising and everything that you need to do to provide for your community. And it's good to clarify that. And it's good to have a separation of powers to uphold due process in your courts. And that helps you for your individual people, but it also helps the council that, you really don't want to hear from the court matters. And it helps businesses that are coming in to know that, hey, there's a separation of powers here, and you can be satisfied that our courts are going to take care of that. So I think it's worthwhile to think those over and see which ones you might want to approve. And there's a couple of different ways to deal with your election turnouts, because you have a mandate of having at least 30% turnout. So if you did, on this important election, you have the secretary involved in this election, and you're not an IRA tribe, so it's not exactly the secretary of procedures, it's that they're going to assist you in the election. You could do mail-out ballots and have the whole mail-out to your whole membership, and you'd be surprised that your members that live off reservation would be very happy to vote, because they don't always get to vote on everything, and they would participate strongly with you through a mail-in ballot system. Now, the other thing that you could do is you could do a registration system, and you could change your election ordinance a little bit to recognize that the 30% should be counting registered voters. And you could do registration on up to the day of the election, so when people come in to vote, if they hadn't already pre-registered, you could register that day. And some states do that. But then the people that don't show up at all are not going to be counted among the overall electorate to invalidate your election. So there's a couple different ways to make sure that you could carry through with your election and get these important things taken care of. And you'll get a strong sense from the community, because you have to go out and do educational forums. So you get a strong sense from the community in advance. But I would say that you had a nice turnout at the Magic when you did your inauguration. And if you did some sessions up there and then down at Dakota Sioux, you might be able to get out to the membership. And generally, if you're going to put on a dinner, then, people like to come to the dinner and they visit and they see everybody. And then you can go through these issues. And maybe we should also be thinking about contracting Indian healthcare. Indian healthcare, we're in a situation of we're not collecting as much money as we could when we do not contract or compact our healthcare, because when you're collecting third-party revenue from Medicaid or Veterans Affairs or private insurance, and you reinvest that in healthcare, under the Supreme Court case from last June, Becerra and San Carlos, they said that the IHS is obligated to pay contract support costs on the third-party revenue that's spent back on health care, and you're missing that. So if your rate is 35%, you're missing out on 35% collections from that. Now, you're not contracting right now, so you don't have an indirect cost rate, but let's say your bureau rate is 35%, and you might be similar to that with your Indian health care. So that's kind of going to be the wave of the future. And the IHS just did a consultation over this past month of July. I was out in Washington on July 24th for their Washington meeting, and they also had a virtual one that was the Urban Confer on July 28th. And Ben Smith, the legislative director, is serving as the Indian Health Service director, and he said, you know, we have these vacancies and we're under the freeze, and so we can't hire our people back right now. And as I mentioned, that's continuing through October 6th, and that it may be continued after that. The tribes are not under that freeze. So if we're contracting, we're not frozen, we're going to fill all our positions. And right now, the way the IHS is running, they're really running as a temporary employment agency, and they're calling on temporary medical services instead of having a real medical staff there. So the tribe can actually do better in filling those positions, and the tribe could contract with someone like Sanford or Avira to come in. And Sanford told us that they would bring their medical staff through and have them here. So I understand that that takes a lot of talk with the community, and if you're going to do these constitutional amendments, you might want to talk about the IHS situation at the same time and let people know that IHS is in a hiring freeze. And so when they've lost administrative staff, those positions are not necessarily eliminated, but they're just not going to be filled, because under the president's executive order, he said, when there's 4 people that are eliminated, only bring back 1. And that's their idea from the Office of Management and Budget. They don't have the same feeling towards contractors. When we do the contract or we do the compact, then they're like, well, you guys are the local governments, and you're going to try and do your best, and you're not going to be inefficient. You're going to make sure people come to work. It's not like federal employees, because they have preconceived notions about the federal employees. There had been some initial court victories about stopping up some of this stuff that this administration had done. More recently, the higher level courts are rolling that back. So really, the opportunities for us are contracting and compacting. And I'm going to say that, you know, the administration is not necessarily hostile to tribes. They view the states as the appropriate level of government for a lot of these things, like education. They also view the tribes in the same way, that for the reservation, that the tribes are the appropriate level of government to take on these things. And we just did get a positive word back from the Forest Service that we're getting $5 million of our $15 million that we were hoping for firefighting and fuel reduction and the Great Sioux Nation effort in the Black Hills.
Mr. Van Norman, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to. Can we visit more on Tuesday if we have a schedule? These guys got to get to lunch. It's been a long morning already.
I'll wrap it up.
Okay.
I'll wrap it up in a minute here. I'm just going to say on that, the $5 million is maybe only for 2 years, so it really was only a reduction from $3 million to $2.5 million a year. So it's still pretty good for us to be a starting point to move forward. And I'm going to say that there's not the same hostility, or hostility is the wrong word. There's not the same questioning of contract employees that there is of federal employees. So we are better protecting our workforce by doing the contracting. So I'll look forward to coming back on Tuesday and look forward to seeing you all, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Okay,
We'll
with that, we'll
discuss
break
this
for
more.
lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council and execs. We will start with Buffalo Lake District for minutes.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council and Tribal Executives. Buffalo Lake District had their July meeting on July 17th. First motion was made by Rhonda Cedarberg for the Dakota Nation Gaming Enterprise to implement the DNGE trainee program once again. The motion was passed. Our second motion by Nadine Eastman to reaffirm that AYA Corporation is subject to paying all applicable SWO tribal taxes and taro fees. Motion was passed. Motion number 10 was made by Ronnie Brandt to approve youth memberships. Motion was passed. Motion number 11 was made by Cassandra Mason to approve all adult memberships. Motion was passed. Motion number 12 was made by Nadine Eastman to direct Buffalo Lake District Council representative to make a motion in council session to reinstate the 2023 Education Code because it supports truancy and drug enforcement. Motion was passed. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to accept Buffalo Lake District minutes.
Okay, motion from Buffalo Lake, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Whitfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Compesca.
Yep.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Next, we'll move on to Haipa District.
Good afternoon, council and executives. We had our regular district meeting on July 13th, and we had motion number 1 that anyone on DCA that is on gaming board have a degree in business. Motion number 4 for the Haipa district to fully support the nursing program at the Sisseton Wahpeton College as it's needed. It's a needed service for not only our tribal members, but for others wanting to pursue a nursing degree. Motion number 5, that the Haipa District is thankful for Dr. Holmes' efforts in protecting Sisseton Wahpeton College's assets by cooperating with the forensic audit. Motion number 9, to terminate the whole cannabis project, including board and licensing. Motion 15, to approve youth to adult membership. Motion 16, to approve new members. Motion 19 for Gypsywana to still be on TZ board, to be our TZ board member. Motion 21 to remove Colleen Eastman, her mini lightnings for her continual unethical behavior as stated in Chapter 55 Code of Conduct towards Tios Pazina staff members. Motion 22 that they start working on Unit 71 ASAP, and if they do not have the skills or knowledge to do it, then hire a white contractor. That's it.
I don't know.
A house?
Mr. Chairman, our motion number 23 was to appoint Gypsywana 10 OSD. That's the election.
Okay, motion from Haipa. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Whitfield Rondell. Yes. Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Compesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Next, we'll move on to Lake Traverse.
Atakiapi, good afternoon, everybody. We had our regular district meeting on July 24th, 2025. Motion number 8, invite Tioshbazina School Board Chairman Jason Eastman to answer questions about Tioshbazina. Motion number 9, for the information said at the meeting about Tioshbazina, stay in-house. Motion number 10, for a forensic audit on the Housing Authority. Motion number 11, to amend the Housing Charter. Motion number 13, to investigate the SWC College President. Motion number 14, to approve youth to adult membership as listed. Thank you.
Motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Haipa. Question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford. Whitfield Rondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Confesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Next, we'll move on to Long Hollow. Long Hollow had their district meeting July 17th. Motion 2, for the tribe to get a line of credit at the bank to assist families that were affected by the recent flooding with $5,000. Motion 8, to increase monthly gaming distribution for all 7 districts by 30%. Motion 11, that all council members are required to clock into work with a minimum 32 hours worked per week. Motion 12, for council to reavert to the 2023 resolution for Chapter 66 Education Code if it exists. Motion 15, to approve youth to adult as listed. That's it.
Motion from Long Hollow. Second from Haipa.
Question.
Question from all agency.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Confesca.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Whitfield Rondell.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Next, we'll move on to Bakuli.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, executives, first off, may I say congratulations. It's a big deal. We met on the 30th, last week. We have 8 motions that are relevant to the tribe. Motion number 3 was to support the tribal councilwoman, our tribal councilwoman, in supporting the restructuring of programs. That passed. Motion number 4 was made to reaffirm the previous motion that Housing Authority make monthly reports to council, as was previously done. Motion number 5 was made to abolish the Housing Authority Board as the TDHE. I know that's not quite clear, but the intent was the Housing Authority Board as the TDHE and repose that authority back to tribal council, and to create a housing department under the umbrella of the tribal government. That passed. We had no relinquishments. Bikuli is at 1,164. I misstated when I was asked. I said 174. It's 1,164 members. We have 3 members who were accepted as youth members: Pharrell Brown, Leo Salia, Noah Joyner. That passed. We had 4 people accepted into Bikuli District, and we had 1 that was denied their request to join Bikuli District. The 4 that were approved was Renee Archambault, Naya Gonzalez, Letitia Shields, and Ava German. She's not new to the district. She moved from the youth roster to the adult roster. So that would be the 4 that were approved for membership in Bikuli. We move on to motion number 17. That was made to approve $100 for school clothes from Bikuli District. I was just at the bank talking about that this morning. That passed. Motion number 18 was made that our housing authority, or rather that is to say our college board representative, be removed for the following and stated reasons. That too passed. Then the last of our motions on that meeting was to immediately seat Jerry Eastman, Bikuli District Vice Chair, as the college board representative until nominations and elections. And that's it for Bikuli, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to make a motion to approve Bicoli District's July 30th district minutes with the correction on motion number 3 to support restructuring of boards and committees was the motion. Thank you.
Okay, got a motion from Bikuli. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
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 Next, we'll move on to old agency.
Good afternoon, executives and staff, council. We had our regular old agency district monthly meeting Monday, August 4th, so it was last night. We went kind of late. You won't have the minutes in your packet because they're not prepared yet. I just want to highlight a couple of the key ones, which you will get soon as our secretary gets them done. I think he was working pretty late last night just to get me what I have here. But motion number 1 made by Nettie Kirk, second by Y.J. Crawford, questioned by, nobody questioned it, that ages 3 to 4 old receive $100 for school clothes because they're not included in the tribe's 200. The ages 5 to 18 will get additional 200 to match the 200 that they're getting from the tribe and seek out a loan from Dakota Bank for school clothes. Motion number 2, to do a forensic audit on Sisseton Wahpeton Housing Authority. That motion passed. Motion number 3, to remove Kendall Cypress, old agency school board representative, from Teosha School Board immediately due to her not following through on directives, not being in the best interest of the children. That motion was defeated. We accepted all the reports from the boards and the various minutes. I kind of want to note motion number 6, and this is just putting everybody on alert at all the other districts and at tribal finance. We're finding out we're getting fraudulent invoices at the district. They look really like legit. But after we did a little due diligence, we found out that they're frauds. And so we had to double check. I'm just saying at the old agency district and for every other district, I'm just letting you know that we're finding fraudulent invoices and hopefully people catch them and don't pay them.
From which company?
The one we did find was called Corporate Solutions, and it looks like it was for toner and paper and stuff.
Okay.
That's actually for all the districts. Motion number 7, increase district revenue by the 30% per month. Motion that passed. Motion number 8, to get a line of credit to assist families that are affected by the recent floods with $5,000. Motion that passed. Motion number 9, have tribal council amend the legislative policy, compensation policy to have all tribal council members clock in as a form of timekeeping for payroll and do time correction as needed. Motion defeated. Motion 10, terminate the Cannabis Commission Board and licensing as $1.7 million was spent in cannabis and nothing to show for it. Motion passed. To have motion number 11, to have tribal council amend the legislative policy, compensation policy to effect of reducing each tribal member, council member's salary by $10,000 each. That motion passed. And then the other ones were the usual relinquishments and enrollments for youth and adults. Thank you.
Motion to accept report from all agency?
Got a motion from all agency. Second from Bekuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Woodfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Okay. The issue with 4 districts would be to investigate the college president. That would be Lake Traverse, Haipa, Long Hollow, and Envy Swim. Then we had a couple districts, but with 30% increase and the line of credit but those are only 2 for now, so. But our only issue so far is the investigate the college president, and then we had 2 DCA motions. Yes.
Enemy Swim didn't do their report yet.
Next, Envy Swim, my bad.
Good afternoon, council, executives. We had our regular meeting on July 24th. Motion number 4, to accept new membership as listed, pending Jenny Payne and children's application until a thorough background check on possible charges. Motion number 5, to accept Derek McCauley's verbal resignation from the Reservation Planning Committee. Motion number 6, to have the Indian Health Service report monthly to council, including data and referrals that are approved and denied. Motion number 10, to request from Tribe to pay for a forensic audit for the district. That's all I have. Thank you.
Motion to accept Enemy Swim District meeting minutes for July 24th, 2005.
Second.
Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from whole agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford, Woodfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Papeska,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Okay. Sorry about that, Enemy Swim. DCA, we had 2 motions at DCA. Motion was made to have a special audit done on the $1.7 million cannabis project. And motion made to have a roundtable with Teoshpazina Tribal School Board and Sisseton Wahpeton College Board to find out what's happening at both schools. Yeah, so the talk was about council meeting with each board on going over what's going on with the issues, kind of like you guys did with housing, kind of the same concept.
Go ahead.
I just have a comment on the DCA motion for number 1 for the special audit done. I can give you a breakdown of every line item for that 1.7, so I wouldn't really request a special forensic audit, but I can give you the documentation for next month by your next meeting. That's okay, instead of an actual forensic audit.
Yep, that'll work. We have one more, we have an exec meeting minutes for Haipa.
Good afternoon, execs and council. HIPAA had an executive meeting on July 23rd. It's on the last page of the DCA report. Motion number 1 is to approve new member Jessica Ray Longy. And that was it for the...
Okay, motion from Haipa. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, Okay, council, on the issues, we know that college president is gone now, but we did have 4 districts to take to council on investigating, and a lot of that had to do with why the employees were terminated, forced resignations, or whatever, and I guess that's the investigation we want done.
Lake Travis.
Mr. Chairman, as ex officio over the college, the last meeting that we had, we met with our attorney, Richard McGee, and he was tasked with some of that stuff that you're asking about. So he is supposed to give us a report back on his findings on August 13th. Some of the stuff that he was tasked was the forensic audit that's happening at the college. The communication was between the auditor and the president, and that shouldn't happen. So that information now goes to our attorney, and then the attorney will then sit down with the board and discuss the findings of that audit. Then that information is covered under the attorney-client privilege. And the second task was directing him to look into the terminations of the possible, or I think that now it's up to 10 employees under her administration, and to find out if the terminations were legit. The third one was to also look into the grievance procedures. Anybody that filed a grievance that for termination, that the attorney is going to be working with the human resource manager to visit with the grievance committee members to see if they were coerced or bullied into making decisions. And yeah, there was one more. Oh, the hiring practice. He was tasked to look into the hiring practices as well, being that SWC is a covered employer under Terrell ordinance, to make sure that that ordinance was being followed. So that information should be shared back with the Board of Trustees on the 13th of this month.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because my board member just informed me last week was that one of our district members was terminated because she was a felon. But she was a felon when she got hired, so, you know.
Vice Chair.
Quick question, did you say only 10 employees, not it wasn't 71? Okay,
There's never been 71 terminated. Maybe the lifetime of the college.
okay, because that's what people came to my office saying, it was 71 terminations, so I just want, okay.
Even before in the past, I think there was, at one time, there was said that there was 30-some terminations. That goes back all the way to Dr. Smith when he was there. So what we're focusing on is just the current president.
Does that satisfy that question? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're done, yeah.
Okay, motion from Lake Traverse, second from Enemy Swim, question from Long Hollow. No, we're out of questions. No more questions. I'm just kidding.
So DCA, I'm still requesting your accounting manual. I got old agencies, I got enemy swims, and I recently got Bikulis. So I'm still want your accounting manuals, because we are looking into that code where if you don't have your accounting manual and you don't get your district audits done and all that good stuff, you know, since we need to have our audits completed, I'm requesting for your guys' audits too. So I really need your accounting manuals done ASAP.
Crawford? Yes. Winfield Rondell? Janelle Cook? Janelle Cook? Gabriel Conveska?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen? Myrna Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?